Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whenever you guys are watching this video as part of your revision for your MBA program. We'll be starting with the revision for the business marketing or the B2B marketing course, as we call it. So it'll just in the first, what we'll do is we'll divide ourselves into three major parts. The first part of course will be the largest part where we will take the entire syllabus. Some of the work we have already done. We've had 5 classes for this paper, so we have covered some of the work in those 5 classes. And some of you were there in the classes as well. You may have watched the recordings as well. So this will be one half of the first part. The first part will be all about recapping the syllabus. So that also I divided into two parts. One part is what we have already covered. We'll go through that in a little bit faster pace because we've already covered it, and there are other in-depth videos available for our classroom discussions in that regard. And the second thing that we'll do is then we'll pick up the remainder of the syllabus which we have not been able to cover for a variety of reasons. Spend a little bit more time on that. So my budget was about 3 hours of teaching, combining the entire syllabus, just sharing the key points, key terms, inputs, examples, just to get the whole thing clear in your mind. And the second part will be where I have a few questions which I have devised basis the syllabus, that this is a typical 15-mark question that you can expect when you are sitting for your final exams. And then the last part, a smaller section, depending on how you guys are placed and available, we'll open it for a question and answer sort of a thing where you guys can discuss with me in case you have any specific doubts or any specific queries, or you want a deeper understanding of a particular portion of our course. This is what we'll do in the last third part of our revision class of today. So the first part, like I said, is divided again into two parts. So 1A as such is when we'll take up the first 2 units for which we had already had classes. So I'll go through them in a slightly faster pace, and then we will come and we'll slow down and we'll spend more time on the items that are there which we have not covered. In between, we'll take a short break of for some time so that we can all recharge ourselves, and then we'll come back with. So I'm starting with what is introduction to business marketing. So business marketing is also known, and I'm sure you guys will also be using those terms interchangeably, as B2B marketing. Basically, what is happening is that this is slightly different from what you would learn normally as marketing management, which you would have done in your perhaps your first or your second semester. There, we are talking of marketing from the perspective of you as a customer, and say, for example, HUL or Patanjali as companies who are selling to you. But when we look at the global business scenario anywhere, not just in India, we look at it across the world, business as a whole does not run directly from the end user or the end customer, which is what we would be when we would buy a pack of Patanjali toothpaste. While we are buying that Patanjali toothpaste, Patanjali is also buying lots of stuff from companies whom we are not aware of. They are buying the toothpaste, they are buying the ingredients for the toothpaste, they are buying the packaging, they are buying the cardboard box, they are buying the printer services. So, for example, I don't know if you guys know, there is one company called Uflex. I don't know if you would have ever heard of their name or not, but almost practically every household in India will have some product made by Uflex in their household. You haven't got it. But Uflex's packaging products are bought by everybody in India. So Uflex and say, for example, Uflex sells packaging material to, let's say, Lay's. So Lay's will sell you the chips. So you are going to buy a packet of chips made by Frito Lay's, but that packaging itself is coming from Uflex. Uflex is selling to Frito Lay's in a B2B or a business to business transaction. Uflex is not selling the packaging material to you and me. Maybe Uflex is also buying the ingredient from somebody else. Maybe Reliance is supplying them with the raw materials which they're turning into plastic. So for Reliance, I am the ultimate customer, but am I? No, I'm not. So when we talk of business to business marketing, yes, there is the concept of the end user, and the best example for that you can see is what is happening with the Boeing 737 MAX crisis. Thanks to its poor safety record at the moment, customers are stopping to fly airlines who are scheduling flights on 737 MAX aircraft. So, Indigo, for example, or SpiceJet, for example, Indian SpiceJet has 737 MAX aircraft with them. SpiceJet is a B2B customer of Boeing, but I am a customer of SpiceJet. However, I'm ultimately the end customer of the 737 MAX. And if I do not like the reputation that that aircraft has, I will actively try to switch around to another aircraft model or to an airline which doesn't fly at a particular aircraft. So, business to business marketing will have two dimensions that we will be covering. One dimension is a pure B2B transaction where one company sells a product to another company, and that is the end of their transaction. And the second aspect of B2B that we'll be looking at is this example of the 77 Max that I just gave you, where there is a B2B transaction, excuse me, but the second guy who is buying the products from the first company is eventually then selling it on to an end user. Another example would be MRF, for example, has a B2B relationship with Maruti Suzuki. It sells its tires to Maruti Suzuki. But in reality, it is also selling its tires to you and me as the customers who are going to drive those vehicles that Maruti Suzuki is manufacturing and selling to us. When we look at it, we'll take both these perspectives in mind. Now, while we're taking these perspectives, I want to look at the different type of relationship that exist in the marketing world. The first is your standard B2C relationship, which I have already mentioned to a certain extent. Then you have your B2B, which is obviously the thrust of our paper. And then we have B2G, a business selling directly to the government. So those of you who are part of the government establishment or are part of government offices and enterprises in India, you may be aware that the Indian government has launched a system called the GEM, the Government E-Marketplace, which is supposed to just streamline everything from a tendering, purchasing, and procurement point of view. So if I am a company which is selling on GEM, I am practically selling to the Indian government. So I am doing what is called a B2G sales. Another example which I was reading yesterday, uh, this one. So there's this coal company, I forget kaun sa naam is, some government company only. Somewhere in Jharkhand, day before yesterday, they have placed an order with a company called BEML, Bharat Earth Movers Limited, again a government enterprise. So this is a very unique transaction. NMC or NLC, I think, is it Navally Lignite Corporation? I think it's Navally Lignite Corporation. They have, they are a company, a business. BML is a business. and they're selling to each other, and both of them turn out to be government entities at the end of the day. So that also will come under B2G. Even though it's a government owned business, BEML, they are still selling to another government owned business. Or a more simpler example, I am I am Mahindra Defense. I am selling lightly armored vehicles to the Indian Army. I am a B2G company. Then you've got the C2C model, which is your Ola Uber model, where the taxi driver is also a customer of Uber. He is procuring Uber services and connecting him to a potential customer. And when I am on the Uber platform, I am also an Uber customer where I am procuring their services to connect with a guy who has a taxi, who is willing to give me a ride in his taxi from point A to point B. That is your C2C, anything like OLX, eBay. These are all examples of C2C transactions. Then you've got your D2C transactions, the D2C interactions, which are direct to the customer. So if I'm a farmer, I am selling directly to you. So say I am Doodh Wale, or I'm Country Delight, or I'm Blue Tokai, I am any of these food related startups. I am procuring the stuff from the farmer. I am packaging it. I am maybe refining it, maybe grinding it, maybe cooking it. And then I am passing it on to you as the customer. So I'm directly taking it from the a farmer and I'm selling it to you. So I am the only middleman. There's no distribution network. Everything is owned by me. I'm procuring it from the farmer and it is just passing through my network to you as the customer. That's your D2C. So Mama Earth, uh, then you have Boat. These are all guys which are trying to build their business as a D2C model, but Boat maybe not that much. Mama Earth, yes. Country Light, yes. Amazon Fresh, perhaps could be in that dimension as well. So these are just some of the types. Then comes the last one, which is C2B. Customer also can sell their service to a business, which is where you would see feedback would be a very good service that I can provide to a company. So, you, for example, if you go to a McDonald's or a Burger King, on the bottom of the bill, there's written, fill this survey, get 10% off on the next transaction. Or a hotel giving you a coupon after you've filled up your feedback. So that is your C2B transaction, not too much to be taken under consideration because it's a very offbeat understanding, but I'm just sharing it with you so that you have a more complete picture of the various marketing relationships that exist in the world of business. Now we'll look at this one, which is the B2B to B2C versus B2C versus B2B as a transaction or a relationship between the two of them. You guys can read this. Like I mentioned, I'm just going to summarize the key thing that in B2C, I have more of a transaction happening because what is happening in a B2C relationship is that you as a customer have lots of choices. You don't like Patanjali's toothpaste, and you always have Colgate, you have Pepsodent, you have Shri Shri Tatva, you have Himalaya, you have Sensodyne, a truckload of options. Let's not list them, we are not doing a toothpaste advertisement. But you guys know what I mean. There are lots of options. So, as a B2C transaction, my interaction with the customer is not going to be very long. The customer will come, buy my product, and go away. Yes, of course, relationship management is equally important in B2C as it is in B2B. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that B2C does not need relationship management. Whatever we've learned in our marketing management paper stands. But what I'm trying to say is that in a B2C scenario, there are simply lot many more options. However, if tomorrow I am a new airline, I want to start up a new airline. Fine, couple of new ones have been started in India in recent time, which I remember. One is Akasa, and the other one is a Goa-based company, if I'm not wrong, called Fly 91. It's a regional services or a regional airports airline. It doesn't do the Delhi Bombay thing, which Akasa does very well. Akasa is connecting metro cities, whereas Fly 91 is trying to connect smaller cities with each other. So, say for example, a flight between say Bhopal and Raipur, for example. However, anyways, that's not my point. My point is that in this world, when I want to set up a new airline, how many aircraft manufacturers are there whose products are internationally available within the country? There's Airbus, Boeing, Embraer, ATR. Khatam. That's it. So in this now, my need for relationship with my aircraft provider becomes much deeper, and for the aircraft provider also, because there are so few airlines, the need for an in-depth relationship increases. That is the difference between a major difference between B2B and B2C, where in the B2B world, relationships are deeper by default because of the small number of participants that exist in the B2B world. B2C, you have lots of choices, you have lots of customers. So अगर एक कस्टमर चला भी गया तो आपको इतना कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. But in B2B, that one customer probably would be a major airline, and you cannot afford to have them walk away from you. Well, one example I'll give you. I don't know if you're aware. Etihad Airlines. You've heard of Etihad? I think Etihad was. I think Etihad, Emirates, Qatar. It was Qatar Airways, not Etihad. It was Qatar Airways. Qatar Airways had a very public spat or a disagreement with Airbus over the A350, the new models that came out from Airbus. Some of them had some quality issues, and Qatar Airways was pretty vocal about the fight. The fight went on to such an extent that both Airbus and Qatar Airways ended up blacklisting each other, saying, I will not sell my planes to Qatar Airways, and Qatar Airways saying, मैं Airbus के planes नहीं खरीदूंगा. 2 years later, everything is fine. They've patched up, Airbus has paid them off, Qatar Airways has toned down their rhetoric, everybody is settled. They've negotiated their transaction. The point I'm trying to make is that in the B2C world, if this was happening in a toothpaste company, do you think if you write a negative feedback about Patanjali, their chief sales officer or chief marketing officer is going to run around you asking, Sir, kya hua? Nobody's going to do that because you are one among billions of customers. But when Qatar Airways and Airbus fight, it's the it's a fight at a very high level. Airbus cannot afford to lose Qatar Airways as a customer, and Qatar Airways cannot say Airbus get lost because they already have Airbus aircraft. उनकी सर्विस, उनकी रिपेयर, उनकी मेंटेनेंस, उनके स्पेयर पार्ट्स, everything, I still need a relationship with Airbus. So what I'm trying to say at the end of this whole discussion is that in the B2B world, you'll keep hearing this statement from me again and again, and you'll keep reading it elsewhere as well. There is this whole need for what is called relationship marketing, where B2B is purely about relationship building, how to touch point the relationship, how to build it, and how to retain it. That's primarily all that we will be covering in this entire syllabus. So you can read this slide as you can pause it and read it on your own speed. Let's move on to the next aspect, which is let's characterize a, a B2B relationship. Like I gave you an example, a B2B relationship is fairly complicated. Right. So this is exactly what Indigo is realizing now. I don't know if you guys are following again the news of the Indian aviation sector, something which I'm interested in. So you'll keep hearing examples about it from me. So Indigo bought Airbus aircraft. But while Indigo was buying Airbus aircraft, Airbus gave Indigo an option that this is the model, this is an A320, whatever configuration, we are not getting into it. So this is the A320X, whatever variant that Indigo has chosen in all its wisdom. मुझे ये वाला model चाहिए. And then in that model, Airbus told Indigo, look, we have three engine options. आपको किसका engine लेना है हम वो वाला fit कर देंगे आपके लिए. And this is where the crux of Indigo's problem start because they ended up choosing an engine from a manufacturer called Pratt and Whitney. And one model that Indigo chose turned out to have serious quality and operational challenges, which Pratt and Whitney is trying to fix. But as of now, those challenges are great, which has led to the grounding of Indigo aircraft, which has led to consequent issues with Indigo's customer service. So if your Indigo flight gets delayed, आप किसको blame करो? Obviously you will blame Indigo, but Indigo किसको blame करे? Should they blame Airbus? Should they blame Pratt and Whitney? Should they blame DGCA जिसने ban लगाया है? Should they blame FAA? Should they blame the guy who supplied Pratt and Whitney with the aircraft components? Who should they blame? B2B में blaming करना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. Because Pratt and Whitney will say, okay, you blame me, but my product is failing because my supplier sent me a bad product. वो Boeing भी तो यही कर रहा है ना. Boeing is also blaming Spirit for the blowout of the Alaskan airline flight. का तो Spirit ने काम ढंग से नहीं किया. Their blame game B2B में blame game का बहुत scope हो जाता है. Because there's a relationship. You don't want to break. You want to fight and fix it in your favor. But that isn't always possible क्योंकि B2B में क्या है? Like I gave you this example, Indigo is a B2B customer of Airbus, but Airbus is also B2B customer of Rolls-Royce or Pratt and Whitney engines. Pratt and Whitney is also a B2B customer of, say, specialized aluminium parts, who themselves are a customer of, say, Alcoa, a company that makes aluminium parts in the United States of America, who themselves are a customer of a company that is running a mine. The company that runs the mine is eventually a customer of Caterpillar, who is providing them with the digging equipment and the trucks. Caterpillar is again dependent on somebody else. So पूरी ना एक chain बन जाती है. B2B business में this is something that we need to be careful about because there are so many chains and so many interactions between different parts of the B2B chain. It becomes very difficult to manage that chain effectively. Right? So that is one of the problem of B2B marketing. Where does the buck stop? When do I stop blaming and taking responsibility? हाँ मेरा प्रोडक्ट है खराब हो गया है आपको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है let's try and fix it. That is where the relationship building part of B2B marketing comes in. I can always blame anybody. I can blame a meteorite. I can blame solar system. I can blame the Big Bang. I can blame anybody. But that is not going to help. Because eventually what's going to happen is that if Indigo has a problem with Airbus, Indigo might tomorrow buy more planes from say Embraer or ATR and say, okay, जितने Airbus है मैं उनसे काम चला लूंगा, but no more Airbus. I don't want to buy Airbus. My choice. That is where the problem starts. So relationship में, so Airbus might end up blaming Pratt and Whitney, but Indigo तो Airbus को blame कर रहा है. Did Airbus do something to solve the problem? Did all the steps in the B2B chain do something to solve the problem? If they have done it, then it's a good thing. The problem is solved. But if those members of the chain have not done anything, then we have a problem. And that is where the B2B relationship element comes into its own. Okay. So let's just move on to the next thing. Sorry, the screen share broke. Hmm. Now, type. Now let's look at the types of business customers. As an example, Some companies consume parts. So Maruti, for example, is really, if you look at it from the truest sense of the word, not a manufacturer. Neither is any automobile company, neither is any aircraft company, neither is any electronics company. Legally speaking, they may be manufacturers as far as the legal definition goes. But when you look at it from a perspective, these guys are all assemblers. They are buying parts from different suppliers, different vendors, assembling them together into a product that you and me can use. Take your laptop or take your phone or take your tablet for that matter. क्वालकॉम का चिप होगा उसके अंदर, रैम कहीं और से आएगी, सैमसंग की डिस्प्ले होगी, लेट्स टेक अ Xiaomi फोन, सैमसंग का डिस्प्ले है, सोनी का कैमरा सेंसर है, क्वालकॉम का प्रोसेसर है, बैटरी किसी और सप्लायर से आती है, रैम कहीं और से आती है, बॉडी कहीं और से आती है. All Xiaomi does is assemble it. So Xiaomi is the first type of customer here in this case, companies that consume. They take spare parts or they take components from vendors, assemble it and integrate it into their own product, which then are passed on to the end consumer, which is you and me. That is something that is an example of that kind of a relationship. There are other examples. I can be a B2B consumer and a B2B seller. That is something that will be the true part here. Okay. Now, let's look at the types of B2B products. I could sell raw materials. I could sell manufactured materials. So CAT might be buying engineered rubber from somebody else. They might be buying the steel belts from somebody else, but they are doing the joining of the tires and the sales and everything themselves. So I could have OEM assembly. So there is this company called Sonakoyo or Subros, which makes Sonakoyo makes steerings. Subros makes air conditioning components for the automobile industry. So I could be an OEM assembly supplier where I sell that entire steering assembly to Maruti, who just installs it into its vehicles and sells them onward. Or the entire AC system of your car will come in a box from Subaru. Maruti will just simply assemble it, integrate it into its own vehicle, and then sell it to you. I could be selling accessories, maybe seat covers, steering wheel covers, whatever. Sticking with our automobile theme at the moment. I could also sell you capital equipment. I could sell you plant and office equipment, the machinery. I could sell you an industrial printer, for example. I could sell you a building like DLF or M3M, any of these real estate guys who lease out office space or who lease out factory buildings, lease out warehouses. That is your plant and office building capability. Then I can also provide MRO services in maintenance, repair, and overall, specialized in the world of this in the world of automobiles and machinery, but you can extend that thing to your normal everyday transactions. And I'll give you one good example of MRO. TVS, for example, has the service center rights for some company, I forget which one. For printers की company उसका maintenance and its service center has been given away, outsourced to TVS. TVS maintain करता है उसका सारा service center setup. If I'm not wrong, Reliance, if I'm not wrong, I'll have to double check, but Reliance has one part of its business where they provide the service center support to Apple. I'll have to double check because if I remember correctly, मैं एक बार ही गया हूँगा, मैंने एक बार ही देखा था, रिलायंस डिजिटल का सर्विस सेंटर था, बट इट वाज एन एप्पल service center. So they could be doing that MRO services. I could provide support services, a call center to Tata Power is an example of support services in a B2B transaction scenario. Then look at the last point on this screen. I can sell to both B2B and B2C customers at the same time. So CEAT could have a business where they sell tires to Maruti and Hyundai. And at the same time, they've got Fiat outlets all across the country where you and me can go and purchase Fiat tires for our two-wheelers and our four-wheelers. Castrol, for example, sells lubricants through my neighborhood. Uh, uh, there's this neighborhood mechanic wale bhaiya here. I can buy the Castrol lubricant from there. And Castrol is also selling the same engine oil in big drums to Maruti, where they are put into the new car that Maruti is manufacturing and releasing from the product from the plant. Okay. Then comes an example of customer and product type. I think this is just a duplication of what we have explained and covered in example. So we will move ahead with this. You guys can read it later on as well. Okay. Then comes B2B. Another characteristic of B2B business is the size and location of the customer. Usually, what we'll end up seeing is that B2B businesses tend to cluster near each other in greater proportion to B2C customers. So Patanjali could be manufacturing its toothpaste in near Haridwar, but you can buy the same toothpaste in Chennai as well. However, when it comes to say Maruti and its relationship with its spare parts suppliers, chances are that those spare parts suppliers are based in Gujarat and in Sanand, where Maruti has a plant, or in Gurgaon, or Manesar, or Bhiwadi, instead of say Guwahati. So technically, Maruti can have a supplier from Guwahati as well. So nobody is stopping that. But the distances involved are so long that typically Maruti's spare parts suppliers will be next to their manufacturing facility. On the other hand, if I'm a company that makes tea and Tata Tea, my tea will come from only Assam and Darjeeling to an extent, or maybe the Nilgiris. You will not, or maybe Himachal, but you will not have tea coming from Rajasthan, for example. Obviously, you know about that. But the point I'm trying to make is that depending on the product that is being sold and depending on the relationship that is there, the size and location of my facilities will be in synchronization. The level of synchronization will vary from this perspective. Because there are few individual customers, I will be more near to my customer because I can afford to. Because it's just little customer and giving them additional service. Right now, business customers typically tend to be concentrated or in the raw materials or in clusters. So if I want marble, it's coming from Makrana. If I want automobile parts, they're primarily coming from the Manesar, Bhiwadi, Rewari belt, Gurgaon Pala belt. Then there's another belt near Pimpri Chinchwad, near Pune. Another belt, another hub which is there near Chennai, where Hyundai has Chennai and Andhra. Hyundai Kia combined. Bajaj, Fiat, Tata, they've got it near Pune. Maruti is near Gurgaon. Tata Motors, their trucks division has one near Pantnagar. So there'll be clusters, and these clusters will attract B2B service providers to be there in that particular region, right? And that's something very simple. You could even see that those of you who live in recently constructed DBA colonies, maybe say Sector 28, 29 in Rohini, एक दो shops है, but वो एक दो shops are doing great business because there's nobody else available. तो वो B2B भी है, B2C भी है. They are doing well because they're near to their customers. The logic remains the same of the B2C world, but with a little bit of a masala twist of B2B in it. But we also need to look at value versus volume. So I need to look, does my B2B customer give me ample volume or ample value to justify my being near to his place of business or his manufacturing plant? I will have to decide that that is not something that is true for every B2B and B2C customer. So, say for example, if I am a small startup airline like Fly 91. I've got 4 ATR aircraft. Will ATR be bothered with me अगर मैं कुछ उनको ज्यादा बोलूंगा तो? No. But when Qatar Airways starts shouting against Airbus, everybody sits up and listens because Qatar Airways has hundreds of aircraft and they have the potential to buy hundreds more. Fly 991, the way their business model is, वो छोटा ही रहेगा. So their size will never go beyond the big number. But then ATR also needs to realize majority of its customers are going to be small customers. उनका प्लेन ही ऐसा है, उनका मॉडल ही ऐसा है, उनका बिजनेस entire business relationship is built on small airlines running a small number of aircraft. So it will work in both ways, right? So this is the size and location. Let's move on. Let's look at the characteristics of B2B relationships. Because in a B2C relationship, what happens is I want a mint toothpaste which is maybe green in color. Obviously, mint color green ही आएगा. So I'll have variety of companies that are available. But in the B2B world, I can choose. I can say I want a toothpaste with mint flavor, but which is pink in color. That those are my corporate colors. I am a hotel chain. I want a pink toothpaste in a yellow and blue striped packaging with a Mickey Mouse head instead of a cap. You will not find it in the B2C world. B2B में क्या होता है? There is scope for customization. Now, why would a company like Biotique or Forest Essentials make small toiletries for hotel chains? But they do that. So वहाँ से volume मिल रहा है. They're willing to sell you smaller packages. They're willing to sell you small. Biotique, for example, मैंने उसका soap कहीं नहीं देखा है B2C में. But B2B में all good hotel chains who are differentiating themselves on their toiletries, they'll have Biotique का soap. B2C में नहीं मिलेगा वो. B2B में. और उसमें भी वेरिएंट्स है. तो एक की पैकेजिंग, एक का सोप रेक्टेंगुलर साइज शेप का है, एक का ओवल है, एक का स्क्वायर है, एक का मिल्की सोप है, एक का ट्रांसपेरेंट वाला सोप है. Biotique is willing to do all those accommodations because what is happening is that they are giving them volume and they are designing and dictating certain standards because that is the nature of the B2B world. Because I am providing so much volume, I can now demand a customized product for myself because I have been giving you that volume or I will give you that volume of see. So that is something that we need to again keep in mind when we talk of B2B purchasing. In B2B, I don't dictate my customer. Yeah, obviously I'll dictate some things. So if my customer says I want a car that runs on coal, sorry, I will not be making that. But if my customer says that I want a vehicle or I want a product which has very strong mileage, which has 7 seat, which has a luxurious interior, ठीक है, I can do it. So I will customize to a certain extent. I will meet the standards to a certain extent. So if Maruti tells Seat, please make me a tire which has certain characteristics, Seat might consider it. So say for example, this is one very good example मुझे एकदम से आ रहा है. Lamborghini, I'm sure you heard of the name of sports car manufacturers. Majority of their vehicles are so unique that Pirelli and Michelin, the two European-based tire companies, they will end up adopting or building special tires for Lamborghini because Lamborghini specifies मुझे ये size चाहिए, मुझे ये performance चाहिए, मुझे ये capabilities चाहिए. And why is Pirelli willing to do all that R&D effort? Because it is having access to value. One tire is probably the cost of a small car in India. Pirelli P00, a set of 4 Pirelli P00s, I think, for a Ventador, if I'm not wrong, one Lamborghini model, they would be more than the price of the Swift in India. At least, it's not more. Each tire is about 2,000, 3,000 pounds. 12,000 pounds is easily exact on road in Delhi. So it's just about value and world, right? So I would be willing to do it as long as I get either volume out of it or I get value out of it, right? Now, look at the pink part, which is my introduction. I have to conform to my customer standards because the world is so small. And if Biotic screws up with, say, let's say Biotic makes cosmetics for five-star hotel chains across the country. So they make it for Radisson, five-star, four-star chains. So maybe they make it for Radisson, they make it for Lalit, they make it for Taj, they make it for Oberoi as well. Let's say they do it and they customize it for each other. Now, let's say tomorrow Biotic sells a batch of bad cosmetics to Lalit. How much time will it take for Oberoi and Taj to figure out कि Biotic के cosmetics खराब थे? Very small amount of time. Though Lalit and Taj are direct competitors in that luxury segment, but they also know that they're copying each other. उनको भी पता है अगर ताज में कोई प्रॉब्लम है ललित इज अवेयर ललित में कोई प्रॉब्लम है ताज इज इक्वल अवेयर so the mistakes get amplified because there are only about 10, 12 good four-star hotel chains across the country नहीं क्या कहाँ जाओगे बच्चे सबको पता लग जाए that is the problem of the B2B world B2C में आपको टूथपेस्ट खराब है पतंजलि पे चलो जी फेंक दिया कोलगेट ले लेंगे will that amplify नहीं ना but in the B2B world it will get amplified because the number of people are so small okay then demand in B2B is always derived there is no direct demand so if Maruti places an order for tires with Seat or MRF or Bridgestone or Apollo or any of that group of uh, uh, tire manufacturers, is that demand coming directly from Maruti? No, the demand is coming from you. So indirectly, I am a B2C business, but directly, I am a B2B business. So demand management in the B2B world becomes a little bit problematic because your demand is not under the control of the company to whom you are selling. So मारुति का डिमांड उसके हाथ में नहीं है मारुति का डिमांड कस्टमर पे डिपेंडेंट है उसके अपने कस्टमर पे डिपेंडेंट है कि वो कौन सा मॉडल परचेज कर रहा है एंड उस मॉडल परचेजिंग के हिसाब से मारुति इज नाउ गोइंग टू देन डिक्टेट टू सीएट कि उसको कौन से टाइप के टायर्स चाहिए कितनी क्वांटिटी में चाहिए किस कलर में चाहिए किस शेप में चाहिए व्हाटएवर तो दे विल एंड अप गिविंग सीएट अ बुके ऑफ ऑर्डर्स 10 of this model 20 of this model 30 of another model ऐसे करके आएंगे ऑर्डर्स तो डिमांड ना आपकी स्टेबल नहीं रहती इन दैट बट B2B में डिमांड इज मच मोर स्टेबल बिकॉज वंस द ऑर्डर इज प्लेस्ड फिर वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा तो मारुति ने 100 टायर्स बोले आपने 100 टायर्स मारुति के पास डिलीवर कर दिए मारुति 100 टायर्स आज ही 100 यूज कर ले उनको 6 महीने स्टोर करके रखे वो मारुति की प्रॉब्लम है आपकी सेल हो गई है एज अ B2B सप्लायर आपकी सेल हो गई खत्म so that is where the part of B2B relationship works out the nature of demand. And then again, it depends. B2B maybe depends on how unique your product is. So, say for example, I'm Airbus. I want aircraft engines to run my plane. तीन चार ही ऑप्शन है मेरे पास तो वहां पे मेरी डिमांड ज्यादा वेरिएट नहीं करेगी बट इफ आई वांट फैब्रिक फॉर द सीट्स ऑफ द एयरक्राफ्ट I have lot many more suppliers who are available to sell me fabrics for the seats and the carpets of that same aircraft. तो वहां पे मेरा डिमांड थोड़ा सा B2B रिलेशनशिप पे डिपेंड करेगा एंड देन इट ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ यूनिक द प्रोडक्ट इज फॉर if I'm an aircraft manufacturer जो मेरा रेडार है वेदर का या रेडियो सिस्टम है जिससे आई एम टॉकिंग टू माय ATC तो मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है So I'll try and buy the best that is available. वहाँ पे मैं किच नहीं करूँगा कि this is expensive or this is not expensive. But say the in-flight magazine important नहीं है अगर वो थोड़े से cheaper paper पे भी printed हो तो क्या जा रहा है मेरा? If you look at it that way, obviously if you are subscribing to certain luxury standards for your customers, obviously you'll dictate some specifications, but it is there. So some products can be substitutable, some cannot be, some are easily substitutable, more easily. तो ये आपको इलास्टिक रहेगा डिमांड. ठीक है. Then look at the what derived demand. Just 2 minutes, you guys can go to it and have a look for it. You can just an example of how to do it. You can pause the video and see it. I'll move on. Continuing with the nature of demand, there is something called a joint demand. Joint demand. So if I am buying a car, मुझे उसके साथ में टायर्स की डिमांड प्रोपोर्शनल नंबर में आएगी. 4 टायर्स, 3 नहीं आएगी. 1 कार 1 बैटरी आएगी. ऐसे करके आएगा. Right? So that's where the joint demand and derived demand varies. Then this is the entire system of B2B demand. I think ये भी automobile पे ही है ना. So you can look at this. This just clarifies or a basic example of B2B transactions running in a particular sequence. Right? Let's go on then. The market. Let's look at the market for B2B products. So we look at the 4 P's. प्रोडक्ट प्राइस प्लेस प्रमोशन. प्लेस इतना नहीं रहेगा इसमें. प्रमोशन रिलेशनशिप पे चला जाएगा. प्रोडक्ट डिमांड पे चला जाएगा. प्राइस विल गो ऑन टू द वॉल्यूम वर्सेस वैल्यू नेगोशिएशन जो हमने पहले डिस्कस करी है इस पुश. ठीक है. तो दैट कवर्स दैट पार्ट. इसमें कोई नथिंग टू कॉम्प्लिकेटेड इन दैट. स्केल ऑफ रिलेशनशिप इज integration between one supplier with the leader. So Spirit का integration Boeing के साथ इतना strong था that once Boeing's products have stopped selling or their sales have declined, Spirit is now laying off close to 500 workers. अभी Friday या Thursday या Friday का news है that Spirit is now forced to lay off 500 employees of its own क्योंकि उसकी आगे की demand कम हो गई. So its customer Boeing has stopped demanding enough products. So Spirit no longer has enough business to justify having 500 additional employees on its roles. वो भी एक challenge है. ठीक है. Number of individual customers, B2B में usually number of individual customers is always going to be smaller as compared to a B2C transaction. That is the fact of it. Then let's look at the B2B value chain. This will vary according to the product or service, but the basics will remain the same. So please go through this for a moment as well. Okay, you can read this. These are various, this is the value chain where B2C comes into the perspective. Some products I can outsource for HR management, payroll management, a call center management, hiring, I can still outsource. But there are some things which I cannot and I should not outsource. Right? So that is something that we need to keep in mind as well. Okay, let's go ahead. Value chain. Now, let's look at the value chain. The value chain is basically different parts of the business which come together to create value for a particular product or service. So in the B2B world, this value addition becomes much more important because of the fact that I am getting key components for my product from specific vendors. अगर वो ढंग से नहीं दे रहे हैं मुझे product, eventually मेरा final product affect हो रहा है, which is affecting my standing with my customers कस्टमर, लाइक आई सेड अर्लियर, कस्टमर मारुति को ब्लेम करेगा अगर उसके टायर, उसके न्यू कार के टायर में कोई प्रॉब्लम है। वुड यू ब्लेम सीएट? एक पॉइंट पे यस, बट ये मारुति ने क्या घटिया टायर लगा दिए सीएट से, सीएट के बिल्कुल बेकार होते हैं टायर। मैं नहीं ले, मैं मारुति से नाराज। समथिंग लाइक दैट would be your relationship or your interaction with the organization, because my value chain, my product's value is dependent on what ingredients I'm putting. So say for example Xiaomi. Now Xiaomi can sell you a device for 12,000 bucks and one for 80,000 bucks also, 60,000 bucks also. एक में वो सस्ते वाला MediaTek प्रोसेसर लगाते हैं, एक में दे विल पुट अ Qualcomm 888 प्रोसेसर। उससे तो उनकी वैल्यू बढ़ रही है ना। Why will you pay 60 grand for a phone? उसके अंदर प्रोसेसर बहुत अच्छा है। Maybe maybe उसके अंदर स्क्रीन इज फ्रॉम अ वेरी गुड मैन्युफैक्चरर, मे बी देव गॉट अ लाइक लाइका का कैमरा। दैट्स व्हाट यू आर एडिंग वैल्यू ना। बाय partnering with the right supplier, I am building my value, and by building my value, I am using that value to enter the customer's mind and say that look, you want a Leica car, or you want a Zeiss ka camera, I have a product for it, but because it's Leica, pay a bit extra for it. So value chain in the B2B world becomes much more important because of the fact that that customer is sweet. My supplier is adding on to my value proposition for the customer. I hope you remember this term, customer value proposition, from your marketing, normal marketing classes, right? Now, how do they vary? So, just a couple of examples of how value chains vary around for manufacturing and, say, the finance and insurance industry. Then there's an example of Amazon as a value chain, where components and B2B guys sneak in, add value to the product, and then that same thing is communicated to the customer down the uh, road as a value, right? Another example of a B2B buying journey, and again, pause the video and read it in greater detail. It's just a diagrammatic explanation, nothing complicated. Then comes the second part, which is B2B relationship. So what we'll do is, Abhinav, we'll just take a 5 minute break. I have throw takes, so we'll have to take short breaks. You just take a 5 minute break, let the recording be on. In 5 minutes, I'll be back. I'll have a sip of water and something like that. 5 minutes, where we'll start with the second portion of this. So I'm just leaving it on. Please stay around. In 5 minutes, we will start back again. Okay, we were starting back again. The recording is on. Yeah. So we are just continuing from that point where we were sharing the screen again. So we're looking now at the concept of B2B relationship, how relationships work in the B2B world. For that, I want you to I'd like to draw your attention to the last point, the red point, which is there on the left hand side of the screen. As a company, you eat what you eats, meaning that if I am selling you, so say for example, Apple sells you a device or Samsung sells you a device, and they're a fairly expensive piece of equipment. Now, your product is the sum total of all the components that have gone into it. So you are what you eats. So if you eat or you receive a bad component from your supplier, your own product is bad. That is where the relationship part of the B2B world, in that sense, comes in. Okay, so that is something that you need to keep in mind, that my relationship with my suppliers is very, very important. It is essential for my success. So maintaining a good relationship with my suppliers is very important, and we'll take it to the extreme of what is known as the Toyota production system, where they have Toyota has been the guys which have written the rule book as such and have incentivized people as such that look, having a good relationship with my suppliers can have a very positive and long-term impact on my product and my business process, and ultimately the quality of my product, and therefore my good brand value and brand reputation in the mind of my customers. So supplier management is very important from a B2. So relationship, I have to keep my suppliers happy. I have to keep my suppliers engaged. I have to keep them motivated. I have to give them enough orders so that they listen to what I'm saying. They deliver the product with the specifications that I am giving. So, you have an example, Toyota example is reading a book called The Toyota Way by uh, Toyota North America's vice president, the senior most non-Japanese guy in Toyota US. And he wrote this book. It's a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Liker. You can Google it up and you can figure out the book. So this is one example given in that book, that if I'm Toyota and one of my suppliers' factory catches fire, simple example, and an accident can happen to anybody. So my supplier's factory catches fire. So in a typical company's case, you'll be like, ठीक है, let's change suppliers. नहीं है इसकी factory में production, तो हम क्या करें? We'll change the supplier. But Toyota, on the other hand, what Toyota did was something unique. They said their own engineers ensured that the company starts operating within the next 1 week. That is the relation, that is the level of relationship building that we need to do. Toyota could have easily bought the product from somebody else just to see it's a commodity. It's not an engine component, it's not a suspension component, it's a commodity. But developing that relationship is the cornerstone of the Toyota production system, which has been the foundation of Toyota's brand value across the world. They give a quality product. How are they able to give a quality product? Because their supplier is giving them a quality component alongside. So this is an idea on the relationship part. Then this is where the relationship that exists between the suppliers and the B2B customers. You guys can read that for a moment. Okay. Now, as part of that relationship building, we need to look at how this relationship is working, how we are going to develop it. These are awareness, specifications come out, standards are released, some suppliers are able to offer them straight away, some need to put in a bit of extra effort to reach that. So maybe, for example, when Lamborghini ends up delivering a new car, one of their first calls outside the Lamborghini factory or the Lamborghini engineering team would be to Pirelli. Look, we are building a car with these specifications. Can you build us a tire, or should we go and talk to Michelin? Because without the quality tire, all that Lamborghini car performance, capabilities, brand value comes to a naught. Because that tire is the ultimate way of putting the power of the vehicle on the ground and making it work. So that relationship, that uh, the value of that particular product is very important, and that is where the relationship development process comes. So maybe Lamborghini tried small, maybe they tried with a very small vehicle, they gave the contract to Pirelli. Maybe they developed more confidence. And now instead of asking Pirelli, they simply call them, look, we've got a car, these are the specifications. Please let's work together to build a tire. वो relationship हमारा बन चुका है. I have tested my supplier. I have found him or her to be worthy of my standards and of fulfilling my needs. And I am then taking them alongside my particular product or service or uh, capability. You are part of that entire relationship development process. Now, how do I manage my B2B relationships? I think I have contract, supplier contract. I have supplier pledges that say, for example, I give you one very good example. I don't know if you guys have heard of this thing called a Fair Trade Alliance or the Rainforest Alliance. These are basically global NGO style groups which certify that your tea or your coffee or your cocoa has been sourced in a, or your paper pulp has been sourced from ethical, sustainable communities or farmer friendly practices and methods. So farmers are paid on time, they are given good training, they are not exposed to harmful manufacturing practices, things like that. And Amazon Fresh, for example, also does this. They say that we offer a 4-step quality check. Little star as certified to us by our vendors. So that certification is something which is where the pledge comes in. That I pledge to ensure that all my products are Rainforest Alliance or Free Trade Alliance or things like that approved. Because that is exactly what my customer, Nestle's or Tata Tea's customer, is looking for. So if Nestle doesn't work with these trade body organizations, they will not be able to honor that supply or uh, quality to their own customers. Working closely with your suppliers, ensuring that they deliver the right product is very. Or one good example I'll give you. In 1999, long time, an older example, Ford had this vehicle called the Ford Explorer in the US. It was a big full-size SUV comparable to the Ford Endeavor that you will find in India, comparable in size to that vehicle. And they were fitted with a particular model of tires by a company called Firestone. Eventually, they were later on brought out by Bridgestone. But Firestone was a key supplier to Ford for big SUVs, a key supplier of tires for big SUVs. Now, for whatever reason, either there was a problem with the tire or there was a problem with the vehicle tire combination. In that year, many Ford Explorer vehicles rolled over and in accident, while taking sudden turns, they rolled over and a few people lost their lives as part of those, as a result of those accidents. Now, as a result of this entire scenario, Ford's brand value took a hit. Ford had to stop selling the Explorer. Firestone's brand value got hit, and Ford survived, but Firestone eventually lost so much of business in the market that they eventually became a good buyout target for Bridgestone. So the the relationship between the two guys, the B2B guys, is so important and so precious that I have to take extra effort in managing that relationship. And that is what this is all about. Okay. Then comes the second part of our introductory process, which is the point of purchasing. B2B and the purchasing function, because this is where majority of your B2B transactions will happen. Rest of the stuff is yes essential, but think of it like the rest of the stuff is the Maggi masala. This is the noodle, the key component on which the masala actually is delivered, right? So purchasing contributes quality, supply, lowest cost, and while interacting or while coordinating with our respective suppliers, I'm looking at cost management. I'm getting the right cost, value, revenue, suitability combination. And as a result of that combination, I am able to offer my customers a superior value proposition, which may not have been possible otherwise. Right? That is where this part comes in. Then certain organizations, their purchasing functions, think of them like human beings. They have their own requirements, they have their own themes. Some organizations will adopt a cooperative approach. They will work closely with their suppliers to develop the products, to develop the services, to develop the features, and then manufacture them and ultimately sell. Some organizations will develop what is known as an adversarial approach. More features, less price, squeezing the profit margins, squeezing the quality margins. Now that can work if the product is a component, is what you would call it a commodity product. So a tissue paper holder in a car, commodity. उसमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वहाँ पे I can do that. But when I start extending this adversarial approach to the quality of the products or the components that are going into my engine, then I'm creating or I'm leaving myself open to these problems coming back to hit me. Boeing is again a good example in this. They've followed a profit maximization policy over the past 15 odd years. And as a result of it, today they are seeing the result that in pursuing that profit maximization, unfortunately, the consequence has been cutting corners or speeding up or reducing, I won't use the word oversight, but reducing, say, testing. So problems which they could have figured out earlier are now being brought to the surface because they didn't do adequate testing for that particular product. So that adversarial relationship will work in the short term. But if I use it in the long run, then the suppliers will be like, okay, yaar, this company is they always want me to push down the price. मैं क्या करूं? I'll push down the quality. मैं क्या करूं? I have to maintain my profit margin. I have to give my salaries. I can't keep pushing down my cost just because my B2B customer is telling me to do it. I can listen to everything. Na? Eventually, this relationship will deteriorate and degenerate into a relationship where it's just a transaction. आप मेरे को order दोगे, मैं आपको product दूंगा, आप sell करोगे, खत्म. Then that is the end of our relationship. Then comes the preferred supplier system. This is a slightly superior version where I work closely with a few suppliers to improve my product quality. और अब उस supplier को क्या incentive है? Because they know कि they are one of very few number of preferred suppliers. तो जो भी मेरी demand है, वो इन्हीं preferred suppliers में से fulfill हो. And since I am one of a very small number, I can expect greater value, if not value, at least great volumes from me as the B2B company who is buying those components. So मेरे को भी interest है आपके साथ closely work करने का because I am going to get some benefit out of it. Right? Then some companies adopt what is called a single sourcing scenario where they will buy only from one or two vendors or from one or two regions. to maintain the product uniqueness or the product differentiation or the product quality that they are hoping to offer to their customers. फिर जो ये रेन फॉरेस्ट अलायंस और ये फेयर ट्रेड वाला जो मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा था, that will be under ethical sourcing. So when I am a company or I am a supplier selling these ethically certified products, then my company's relationship with me strengthens because I'm one of very few suppliers who is able to offer that product with this ethical sourcing tag alongside. That just deepens our relationship. Then let's look at key themes and words. Pricing, of course, is always a part of the B2B relationship. Make versus buy. Should I manufacture a product myself or should I coordinate with a supplier and get it manufactured? Apple is a good example. They rigorously control the design and the development process, but the manufacturing is done by third-party suppliers because that's where Apple feels their expertise is in design, and the third-party guys, so Pegasus or Vistrom or any of these guys that manufacture iPhones for Apple, their efficiency is in the manufacturing process. Apple's efficiency is in the design process. Relationships, depth of the engagement, ethical sourcing वाला जो हमने किया, GIT, just in time. So, like you remember, we gave this example. Maruti के suppliers are clustered. They tend to be clustered around Maruti because that is the nature of the business. However, others suppliers could be far away. So just in time will work only when I have a close relationship with my suppliers where I am sharing electronic data. So EDI is electronic data interchange. So basically what it means is that if I'm Amazon, a customer buys some product on Amazon and that product is supplied by a third party, like say Origami. Somebody's bought tissues and Amazon software determines कि मेरा minimum stock quantity होनी चाहिए. As some customer has come and bought out 10 boxes of tissue paper. So it will automatically release an notification to Origami's software that look, my warehouse is now below its desired stocking level. Please send me more products. तो दैट रिलेशनशिप अब ओरिगामी को बार बार अमेजोन को कॉल नहीं करना पड़ेगा. अमेजोन को बार बार वेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा कि ओरिगामी को मेरे को कॉल करके बताना है. बाय शेयरिंग दैट डेटा दे आर एबल टू हैव अ डीपर रिलेशनशिप. बट इन दिस डेप्थ रिलेशनशिप कम्स वन पॉइंट. कभी कभी क्या होता है, आई डोंट नो इफ यू हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड इट इन योर इंटरपर्सनल एंड बिजनेस रिलेशनशिप्स एज वेल. कभी कभी ना इन रिलेशनशिप द मेंबर्स ऑफ द रिलेशनशिप बिकम टू डिमांडिंग. So, for example, my customer keeps telling me to reduce my prices or to offer them greater value, which puts the pressure on my margins. Okay, fine, acceptable. Maybe that is overcome or compensated through the use of volume. Okay, but एक पॉइंट आएगा जिसके बाद क्या कितना करूं मैं. How much should I compromise on my own profitability and my own business method because my customer wants it? Eventually, क्या होगा that the customer will become uneconomical to serve. Once that happens, then it is better that I end a relationship rather than keep in a relationship which is, say, in that sense, abusive to me. मुझे क्या benefit मिल रहा है customer के लिए extra करने. So why will I do that? When to call quit on a customer? Sometimes there are some vendors who have persistent quality problems. अब मैं क्या करूं? What do I do? When do I say pause on this vendor? यार अब इससे नहीं लेना. He might be my preferred supplier. In the past, he might have been a great supplier to my products. क्या करें फिर? Should we change? Should we exit? And vendors and customers, look at the last point here. Vendors and customers are partners. And in a partnership, all the members are cooperative with each other. Not one dictates to the other. And if that dictating thing happens, then the relationship collapses. Okay? Just to repeat that, so that now with greater understanding you can read this. When it's time to say goodbye? That is the question, is just an example. What's going wrong? That is something that you would need to think of and discuss. Okay. Then let's look at some companies have what is called so there are different models of purchasing behavior. One of them is a buy grid model, one of them will be a wants model. So let's look at the buy grid. The buy grid is basically one sort where it is determining on the level of buying. Basically, let me put it in English. The model is a little bit in that sense. Looks complicated, but it isn't. It's basically two decisions. Am I doing a fresh purchase? Which means I have to evaluate a lot of vendors. I have to see what quality they have. I have to look at their credentials. I have to look at feedback. Customer feedback. You buy from Amazon, आप देखते हो customer ने क्या feedback दिया. That is the new buy. न्यू बाय में आपको थोड़ा सा एफर्ट ज्यादा लगाना पड़ता है because it is something new. You are tying up with a new vendor or a new partner for the first time. So you want to do your due diligence better. The second part is what we call a modified rebuy. Modified rebuy typically is, if I look at it from a normal language equivalence, is a repeat purchase. अगर मेरे को वो vendor पसंद है, then I can just simply keep buying again and again from that vendor. Maybe because they have given me a good deal or a good relationship previously. And that is something which I will keep on working with. So modified rebuys are basically an assertion that I have been happy with this particular vendor. So the relationship is now progressing. It's becoming deeper and more meaningful for each other, right? But modified rebuys will change because of these factors that are there in the last group of boxes on the right hand side of this diagram. Things change, the world changes. So if I'm not proactive, maybe the technology is changing. I don't need that vendor anymore. So say for example, I am Bajaj Auto. I make two wheels. Now, now from tomorrow, I decide that I'm going to build a portfolio of purely electric uh, vehicles, electric scooters. Okay. So now I don't need a piston ring. I don't need bearings, for example. I don't. So my relationship with Shriram Bearings, one of India's largest bearing manufacturers, ceases to exist. And now my relationship ends up with a company that makes batteries. So technology has changed. My need has changed. Maybe I'm unhappy with the product quality. Maybe there has been a periodic review. I have discovered some wrong thing. Sometimes the supplier can change, improve, sell me a new product which I want with the new specifications that I want. Sometimes it may not be possible. So a pie grade model will then help you decide that should I continue with the existing supplier? Should I give him my new specifications and see if he's able to perform? Or should I just let the relationship end and move on to another part? Then there is a biphase model. This is basically where everything is done according to a specific timeline or sequence of efforts. And this is that sequence. It's not nothing to be very complicated, but here relationship building becomes a challenge because of the various steps that are involved in this process. Then these are the marketing implications of the buy grid. Nothing too technical. I've already explained them with a bunch of examples while we were talking about them. So this is just a clarification on that. Then you look at decision making. How do I choose which supplier to have, which vendor to have, how many products or what quantity I buy from a particular vendor or supplier? These are all what are called multi-attribute decision making. And then I can look at, I want you to think on the three questions that are there at the end of the page. We'll take a half-minute pause here for you to think on this, because this thinking will be important from a perspective of understanding the whole concept. Okay? So I want you to think on this right now for a moment. Let's go ahead. Then here's an example of how to analyze my vendors on their product quality. Trends in purchasing. This is how the world of purchasing has changed. The B2B relationship has evolved from being just a pure supplier of a particular product or a particular specification to working together with the product. Now, take for example, this is why, for example, I've got this theory. This is why Apple, somehow or the other, they're able to run their devices with better battery management because all the components are working together seamlessly. So even if Apple devices have on paper less capabilities as their peers, they end up performing equally, if not better, than their peers because perhaps the different components of that business or of that device work together. Thanks. Think of it like a very nice, well-oiled cricket team. Every member of the team is contributing to the success of that team. Once every at the time when every member contributes, the team goes forward. But even if one or two members are unable to contribute, the team still survives. But if there is a rift in the team, then the team cannot survive. It is not possible for that team to survive. And that is where your learning comes. So the world is changing. My supply relationships are changing. There was no such paper as B2B marketing when I was doing my MBA about 20 odd years back. But today it is because today there's a realization that relationship marketing from a B2B perspective is very important. So that is something that we need to keep in mind with ourselves. These are some trends, how it is changing, where uh, coordination is improving, aggregators are coming in, customers are becoming more savvy. So all related to that. Then you've got a cross-functional team, purchasing by government. So B2G uh, businesses will have their own B2G relationships, will have their own unique needs. They'll have their own unique requirements. They'll have their own unique processes. Lots of things will happen at their own end, right? So this is just a variation of that, right? Ethics. Now, ethics in purchasing are again a fairly important component that we need to work on. We have already discussed to a set that uh, the cost of doing business, the problems of doing business, ethics in that, the supplier making false assertions about where they have sourced their raw material and their components from, which eventually has a cascading effect on my product quality. Uh, Maybe GST is being declared incorrectly. Maybe I'm saying that I am not employing child labor, but I am employing child labor. Things like that. Okay. Now, again, since we're starting this new part, we'll take a 5 minute break so that we are able to refresh our minds. And then in 5 minutes, we will move on from this point, cover this in the next 10-15 minutes, and then we'll pick up the other points. So I'm taking a 5 minute pause and we will then come back in 5. Okay, we are starting back. I'll just share the screen again. Okay, 1 second. Right, I hope this is visible. Okay. So now let's look at the second concept, which is organizational buying. Now we need to look at the organization the way you would look at a human. It has its own desire, it has its own needs, it has its own timelines, it has its own styles, it has its own strategic needs and requirements. So they have to, you have to look at that the behavior of that organization towards you as a vendor. This B2B relationship is very important for us to maintain. So we want to look at the factors which affect the buying decision-making process, maybe value, features, pricing, positioning, volume. Then who is the buyer? So it is especially useful in a hospital environment where the hospital administrator might be the buyer, but who is the end user? Perhaps you and me as patients or the nurse who delivered medicine or the injection to you as a patient. That is where lies that who is the buyer and who is the end user. What are the customer's needs and wants? What are the prevailing market and business trends? Maybe I want to do something different. Maybe I want to purchase in a more ethical manner, maybe which my competitors are not doing. Maybe I want to do something different with my what do you say cost management. Maybe I want to do something different with my what did you say with my revenue management, with the paying of my suppliers. You want to do something different. That is all part of organization buying behavior. Maybe I'm looking at something additional. Maybe I'm looking at some additional features, some additional services, some additional support as part of my buying decision making. I will buy from you only when you give me something extra. Sweeten the deal, as the statement goes. Then you've got the buying theory. One of them is reward and measurement theory. Okay. Other is this is linked to buy grid, the perception of a good deal. Again, a key word that we need to keep in mind. Then multi-attribute decision making we have already covered previously as well. Buy grid model, I'm just copying it here for our reference. Then you've got buying theories. They are divided into multiple parts. This is the second one, behavior choice. How they will buy as to the what. So the process is, so I remember that this is one thing that I learned as part of a government organization. The paperwork has to be followed. Whether I'm buying a paper clip or I'm buying a tank, the paperwork, the how has to be perfect. And in this how being perfect, sometimes what we are buying may turn out to be semi-perfect because on paper, he is L1. That product fits all the specifications and is L1, the lowest value, the lowest price. But that may not be the best quality. But I have to take it because the process is as important, maybe more important than the product being purchased. That's all right. Transparency, maybe this is one way of ensuring transparency. At least the process is followed. Okay? कहीं ना कहीं I may end up with a product that may not be wholly appropriate, but at least I am being transparent. If I give a laissez-faire approach, buy whatever you want, that is still open to misinterpretation and misuse. No? So every process has its pros and cons. Company orientation, some are defensive strategies. Defensive would be buying from an established vendor. Offensive would be buying from a new guy who is able to give me a better deal, but the risk is greater of his product or his supply or his component failing faster. Another example of buying theories, buying centers is basically like a cross-functional team, lots of people, lots of inputs, lots of decision making, and therefore the assumption is that by having lots of decision making, lots of thinking, I may arrive at a conclusion which is more mutually appealing than others. Okay. Then you've got the roles in buying centers, so I can divide the people in a group into who's the initiator, who's the decision maker, who is the gatekeeper, who's the one who looks at the pricing, somebody looks at the product, somebody looks at the uh, customer feedback, things like that. Different people performing different roles and then eventually working together to arrive at a mutually satisfying decision. But the problem with buying centers is that this process takes time. And that may not always be the case. One good example I can give you, remember 2015, 2016, in Indian Air Force, this started to buy fighter aircraft to replace the older Sukhoi and MiGs that we have in our inventory. So the Indian government went to a G2G model where they directly contracted the French government to provide the Dassault Rafale jets that we have uh, bought because the tendering process was just simply so long that it was not meeting the security needs of the Indian Air Force at that moment. So they had to bypass the process. Nothing right or wrong about it. Sometimes the process is important. Sometimes in scenarios where an emergent need is there, the buying center process may need to be sidestepped. Pros and cons. Issues is white centers make targeted marketing difficult. किसको target करो? The uh, employees come, they retire, they leave. New employees come in. Who do I target? Who do I approach? Who do I position my product with? Then it is time commitment, the length of the decision making cycle, the formalization of the process. ऐसे ही होगा. There is no other option. That's pros and cons again. Okay. Then we've got buying theories. Then there's a determinant factor theory, right? So this ends our organizational buying behavior thing. Now I will need another 5 minutes because I now need to load the next set of slides. So I would want you guys to take a 5 minute pause, come back at 2:05. We'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 2:05, and then we'll start with the second half of the discussion. Okay? 10-minute break, 2:05, we will start. Okay, guys, let's start back. So I will just load on the screen. Just give me 1 second. Right. Now we are starting. This were we spent a bit more time in the first two units, as you would have seen, because they're just simply I think these were a bit more important. Because you're laying the foundation, you're laying the groundwork of what is B2B marketing. So now what we'll do is we'll move on to the other unit. There our thing will go on a bit more speed because these are concepts which are A, follow-ons, and B, a little bit less strenuous in terms of requiring an extra effort of listening or understanding. But so these go a little bit faster. We'll cover these topics and then we'll do the whole question and answer thing as I was mentioning earlier. Okay. Now comes the next part of B2B marketing. So we've looked at what is B2B, how organizations work, how those transactions work. But the next part comes is how do I build my business? Because see, almost all the business in the world runs on B2B. Primarily, it runs on B2B. Even if you're the owner of a Kirana store who's dealing directly with the customer, you're still indulging in B2B with HUL and Patanjali and uh, Frito-Lays and Coca-Cola or anything like that. Because that's where the world is. So how do I develop these opportunities? How do I develop the market? These are things which become important, and that is something that we need to look at. Now, more business, look at the last line first. More business can be generated more easily from existing customers than buying new ones. And B2B में ये नहीं हो सकता कि आप simply advertise करो और customers आ जाए. B2B is a more relationship based thing. So I will also not want to partner with a new vendor. I would prefer a vendor whom I already know, I trust, I'm aware of their quality, capabilities, product, all those kind of things that we have previously discussed. So in the B2B world, so serving the existing clients is more important, and additional revenue returns could be much more than what I spend on advertising in gathering or acquiring new customers into my business. I have to understand the world, I have to understand the customer needs, I have to provide value. But in doing all of this, am I not spending too much? Am I not giving too many discounts? So, am I getting enough return from that effort? Maybe I'm not getting a return today, maybe tomorrow. But unless there is that hope of getting return, then I should not be pursuing that particular client or that particular train of thought in from that particular opportunity. Okay? And then marketing among current customers. So I can divide my current customers into two groups. One will be that I'll use the standard Pareto rule, the 80-20 rule. So 20% of my top 20% of my customers are giving me 80% of my value or revenue. So I should be focusing on those 20% customers. Should I forget the other 80? Maybe not, of course, because they are contributing 20% of my business, significant chunk. But I could do something a bit extra for those 80%, for those 20% customers who are giving me my 80% revenue, because this is simply better. So I need to have good account retention. I need to have good word of mouth. I need to have effective account management strategies. So handling customer queries late at night. Maybe I'm available on the phone. Maybe I'm tracking everything for my customer. So before he calls up, सर आपका ट्रक नहीं पहुंचा भैया ट्रक आपका यहाँ पे इतनी दूर है आपकी शॉप से. I'm tracking. I'm providing that additional service. I'm providing that additional relationship. And unless I'm able to do that, they will not do it. I remember this is a relative of mine. He is a major seller. So there's this guy who makes a product, and my relative has retails that other customers. So that the owner of the manufacturing facility, every couple of years, he'll take his biggest retail guys on a junket. I remember a few years back, my relative, they, that guy who owns the manufacturing business, he took all his key sellers to Dubai. All expenses paid for a 3 night junket sort of. Go have fun at my expense. But then we'll relate, we'll talk to each other, we'll coordinate with each other, and we will then continue our relationship at a more family level. They would visit each other's houses, they would visit each other socially, because it's just the relationship that is being uh, built. And secondly, I can also target specific customers and give them a product which they want, and thereby I can increase my wallet share from those guys. So FedEx, for example, the delivery guys, they instituted a program called a Dangerous Goods Program, where they targeted very selected customers who had a need to ship specialty chemicals across the United States. And by doing that, those guys they migrated all of their dangerous goods shipping to FedEx, because FedEx just simply started providing them better value. Customer maximization is very important. They could just, so I could offer something unique. So Indian Oil has this thing called a fleet card. So if I am a major fleet owner, I have got 20, 30 trucks, and the biggest expense for me is obviously my, what do you say, the fuel. And I also know for a fact that fuel is since it is the biggest component monetarily, it is also the component which is most prone to abuse and misuse. So IOCL created this product called a fleet card, where it's like a credit card which is given to every truck driver in that particular fleet, every truck driver in that fleet. And all he has to do is just simply go tap the card, and the diesel is put to a specific amount and to a specific quantity. And that is all trackable from the vehicle. That this card belongs to this vehicle, this much of diesel was used. I could do all sorts of tracking and data analysis and ensure that the amount of diesel that is being put in is tracked, is secure, things like that. Xerox, the photocopy guys, they built their business making photocopy machines, but then they realized that our customers want something more than photocopy. Photocopy is just a means of data management. Can I provide them with data management services? Maybe, maybe not. So that is another business venture that uh, they have. So Xerox is now entering the world of data management services to provide you with a complete package. फोटोकॉपी भी करा, मैनेज भी करा, आर्काइव भी करा, स्टोर भी करा, और एक रिट्रीवल सिस्टम में भी डाल दिया. That I have a database ready. Things like that. Adding more material, adding more services, maybe adding new customers. Maybe I cooperate and coordinate with each other, right? And because making collaborations, making groupings, working together is very important for us to mutually grow. To take this example of Johnson's Control, if we are able to provide a product to an auto manufacturer which nobody else is able to do, because the product is unique, the customers, the auto guy is able to sell more cars. Because he is able to sell more cars, I am able to get more revenue because he is now buying my product because I have the innovative product that I have. I have Apple CarPlay or Android Auto of a good quality, things like that, right? So relationship building is very important in this particular concept because we have to work together. Okay. Then comes what are my opportunities within the net. So say for example, I'm a soy equipment producer. I work with sawmills. Look at that. So opportunities can come from everywhere. Lots of opportunities from a wide spectrum of options and opportunity. And uh, potential for growth comes in because I am now targeting different parts of that same relationship. Then finding opportunities with customers. Maybe I should listen to my customers. Maybe I work closely with each other. I've given you a bunch of examples. So Infosys got this, I think it was Infosys only. It's a banking software called FlexCube. Majority banks in India end up using FlexCube for their banking services. So Infosys had to work very closely with them because Infosys is a technology company. They don't know the ins and outs of the banking world. So Infosys had to actually deploy its engineers to go and sit next to cashiers and tellers and bank officers in branches to figure out how their workflow goes. And because Infosys put in that effort, they now had a product which was suitable for lots of customers, right? Now, as a result of that suitability, their product suddenly became the market leader. And that is how they were able to develop more relationships within the banking industry itself. Denso is a supplier that works very closely with Toyota. 3M as so they started making post-it sticky stuff for office use. But then they realized that we can leverage our sticky product capabilities and enter the automobile sector. And 3M, and today, majority of 3M revenue comes not from its stationery and office supply sector, but from its automobile industry sector. They provide things like uh, uh, painting services, they provide anti-rust coatings, they provide so many things which have a need in the automobile industry. Acquiring new customers, one thing that we need to keep in mind is what is called the customer lifetime value. This is a concept which says that I may compromise on my customer today, in the sense that if the customer is putting me under price pressure today, that okay, give me X number of products at Y price, and I compromise on my margin, what we do is that once my customer is happy with my products and services, their order quantity for my products will go up, and eventually, as a result of that quantity going up, I will be able to generate more sales and more business for myself. So, in the lifetime of the customer, I will be able to recover all the discounting and all the low revenue that I'm getting today. I will be able to recover that down the road. That is the concept of the lifetime value. However, yes, there is one major issue with this lifetime value concept is that if the lifetime concept changes, then all my calculations go for a toss. Maybe there's a change in the product. Maybe there's a change in the customer needs. Maybe there's a change in the market dynamics. Maybe a new technology is coming. So जो lifetime value मैंने calculate की थी, that calculation is now rendered inappropriate at easy, or at the worst case completely useless, and that LTV concept suddenly goes for a touch. Because the whole relationship dynamic between the two of us has changed because the product, the market, the customer, all that relationshiping has changed. But LTV is always a good measurement in the B2B world, because if I'm trying out a new vendor, I would want that vendor, because then I'm putting a ट्रायल स्टेज. तो ट्रायल स्टेज में क्या होता है, यू सी वो क्वालिटी दे रहा है, प्राइस दे रहा है, कैपेबिलिटी दे रहा है, तभी तो मेरी relationship बनेगी ना. फिर तो I'll end up trusting the guy that okay, if he says he's going to give me a quality product at an economical price, he will. Now let me continue buying from this vendor rather than hunt for rather than my existing vendor. This new vendor is just simply giving me better value. और वो vendor को interest क्या है? That you as a customer are giving him a better lifetime value. इसीलिए आप that he is willing to go the extra mile because you are giving him a better lifetime value. उसके लिए वो इंटरेस्ट है ना कि मेरे को बेनिफिट मिल रहा है and both of them working together can make a good relationship and some that relationship however like I said earlier some things may not be possible they may not work out always and that's where the part this is a diagrammatic of understanding the customer lifetime value. You can check it out at your own convenience. Okay. And now let's come to the next point. Once I'm hunting for lifetime value, let's now also look at segmentation. Am I trying to segment my market? This is again part of the whole segmentation thing. Okay, let's just look at segment. Now let's look at segmentation. What is segmentation? The segmentation is basically dividing the market. We'll come to segmentation as a whole chapter or unit on it. So I just starting the concept. Segmentation is basically I'm trying to divide my market into smaller segments so that I can see whether it is more appropriate for my particular group of products or services so that I target the right guy. Now, if I'm a toothpaste manufacturer, I should not be targeting a customer who needs a shoe polish. Or obviously, I'm giving a very fatuous example, but that is the logic of the whole segmentation business. We'll come to it as we go along. Like I said in the last point, it's difficult for a business to dominate across multiple spectrums or multiple price points at the same time. So you have to work on that management part. This is how companies could perceive my product. These are some of the parameters, and putting them onto a diagram, plotting them onto a chart, gives me what we call a perceptual map, and I can see then how this particular product gels in with my needs or my customers, or I can use this perceptual map to target customers. So if TVS is good at providing after sales service, maybe I can target a company which is actually looking for after sales service support and I can sell my products to them or services, not just products or services to them. Right? How do I assess the market? I have scenarios, I could use the factoring, I could use statistical series to judge how effective that market is going to be. What are the opportunities? Are those opportunities going to last for a long time? Are they going to be worth the effort that I'm going to put into developing a new product? So there was this newspaper article that was doing the rounds a few days back when Maruti launched the new 2024 Swift. So there's this figure that's running around, and everybody's saying that Maruti spent close to 1400 crores developing the new car and developing the entire production and other systems behind it. So why have they done that? They've done that in anticipation of good sales from that particular platform. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but over the lifetime of that particular model, they hope to recover their cost. That is where they are doing better planning with the whole story. But there will always be a cost benefit analysis or a trade off between present day sales and cost and long term sales and whatever R&D I am putting in, I have to trade off. And that is something that is there in every business. Moving ahead with that, a business, especially in the B2B world, you need to have a strategy because without a strategy, your business or your product is not going to run for a very long time. So I have to have an objective, I have to have the right marketing mix, I have to have the right resources so that I am able to project myself as a suitable vendor for my B2B customer. And I have to strategize that. I have to develop certain skills and capabilities. A good example would be a Chinese battery manufacturer called NIO. Now, NIO has spent their life, they grew as a company making batteries, but then they realized that we can go up the value chain. Let's become an auto manufacturer. They are now a manufacturer of high performance electric cars. BYD is another good example, which started life as building only batteries, but then they realized that there is value chain. I can go up. I can probably give more services to my customers. I can give them components. I can give them drivetrains instead of just simply sticking to the battery. And eventually, I can combine all of them and sell BYD cars of my own. So I can now have two revenue streams. One is as a component supplier to other guys, and one is as a automobile manufacturer on in my own run. Identifying the right market, having the right resources, investment in R&D, right marketing mix, objectives and plans. I'm sure you guys have done strategies, so you remember that. Then I can have mission statements to to focus my effort, focus my capabilities, focus my actions, right? I can analyze the business model, external, internal. This is something which we have already done in strategy. I don't want to spend time here because this is revising the concept. So this is something you already done. So I will simply just mention it here so that it's there in your minds that you guys can move ahead with it. So this is the business model, analyzing the business model number one. This is model number two. This is model number three. Is a want grid. That this is what I want. This is what my resources are. How easily I can get them to meet. How easily I can get them to come together. All of these are part of our understanding, and I now need to figure out what to do. Okay. Now, what we'll do is starting with next portion of CRM. We'll take a 5 minute break. I'm sorry, my throat is actually leaking. A 5 minute break, and then we'll start back at 2:40 with CRM. Okay. Okay, guys, let's start back. I'm just sharing the screen again. Now, let's look at a very important component of B2B, which is called customer relationship management. Because, like we said, we've been emphasizing again and again that managing relationships with my customers is very important for a B2B business's success. And we are going to spend a bit more time trying to understand this whole thing. Okay, so let's look at what is CRM. CRM is basically where I'm identifying my customers, I'm fulfilling their needs, and maybe anticipating the needs, maybe being friendly, maybe I am delivering additional services and additional features to my customers. Lots of things can be part of this CRM concept. Is basically managing the relationship with my customers in a better way. That's all that we are focused on in this push. Now, how does CRM work? We can look at the last thing. Settings management, expectations management is very important in the whole business of CRM. So that is something that you can keep in mind while we are working on CRM as a concept. Now, let's go ahead. Why do we need CRM? We need CRM to build a rapport with our customers. Why do we need to build a rapport with our customers? Because that is part of relationship management. If I am, if my customers are happy with me, if they are, if our interaction is structured, which is something that we need to focus on. Right? Our key goal is what you see on the last of the left hand side, which is retaining the customer. Customer retention is where is our primary objective, and that is something that we are working on. Now, how do I do it? I interact personally. I am more responsive. I'm proactive. I have good positioning of my products and services in the minds of my B2B client. I'm willing to listen to their needs and wants. I'm willing to deliver what they are needing and wanting from me as a supplier. This is very important with CRM. Now, how do I go with it? The basics of the CRM process: segmentation, designing the communication, implementing the communication and service strategies, and then we are going to be able to show to my customer that look, I care for you and I am able to deliver what you're needing. We'll work on segmentation just next couple of slides down the road. So this is just an implementation basics, nothing to be covered here. This is something where we start talking about relationship management through the use of marketing communication. So we have this concept. I don't know if you guys did that in your marketing management paper or not, but there's this concept called integrated marketing communication (IMC), where every bit of my marketing element works together with each other to give me a good communication. So maybe it's through TV advertisement, maybe it's through email, WhatsApp, word of mouth, feedback, all those elements are working together to give me a good brand perception in the mind of my customer, right? PR is again part of it where I'm building my reputation in the mind of my customer. So, say for example, I am a supplier of raw tea to Tata, and Tata Tea has been promoting ethical sourcing and grassroots support as part of their campaign. Okay. So if I can show to Tata Tea through the use of PR that look, I have been involved in educating the children of the tea estate workers. I have been giving them better access to better housing, healthcare, soft loans, education and training for their children, all those things. So I'm using PR to build my brand value in the mind of Tata Tea. And then when it comes to deciding vendors, I can go and tell Tata Tea that, look, I am the guy who has good social activities. This is my proof. And that is where PR will become part of my CRM. Now, what are the stages in relationship building? Very simple, nothing I would say complicated in it, but you just need to go through these stages just to have a deeper understanding of how relationship building takes place. How do I advertise to business clients? I can't run a normal advertisement, but maybe I can. Because eventually, what happens in B2B is, like we said at the start of this whole discussion, that your demand. So if I am Maruti, Maruti's demand comes from me as the end customer. So if I go to my company and say that, look, I want your car to have products from X company because I've seen an advertisement for, say, Blopang stereos. And I have been convinced as a result of that advertisement that Blopang makes very good sounding stereos. And if I repeatedly go and ask Maruti, me and other customers go and ask Maruti, look, why don't you have Blopang stereos? Maybe Maruti will be convinced to communicate with Blopang and say, okay, let's try out. Send me a couple of stereos. Let's see how good they are. So I can do a sort of a left field push to Maruti that look, अच्छे हैं Blopang के products, customers मांग रहे हैं. Let's start incorporating Blopang products into my final product. And if I am able to do that, then I will be able to show to my customers that look, I am responsive, I listen to you, and I am doing that. So advertising can appeal through the end customer. I can convince my client to buy more from me. Or secondly, because B2B purchasing also happens to a purchasing manager. He's a human being. So if I can convince my purchasing manager that look, through that advertisement, look, Lopant has great stereo. Maybe he is more open to listening when my sales rep goes and says, look, I am from Blopang. These are my stereos. These are the various models. And they're great. I'm like, हाँ यार मैंने ad में तो देखा था चलो try कर. That is where the logic of advertising to business client comes from these two perspectives. Now, how do I measure the usefulness of an advertisement for B2B clients? Slightly different from the traditional advertisement metrics that advertising metrics that we usually have, but the theoretical concept remains the same. That I need to look that my advertisement is suitable to my customer and they are having that advertisement is actually reaching the target customer and it is delivering the intended message. Right? PR as a tool of CRM, I have already talked about. You can still spread a little bit more and see how PR helps as building a relationship, building our brand, building lots of things in the minds of our customers. And using that, I can then use PR as a tool of a well coordinated PR campaign and help enhance my brand visibility and work and demonstrate that brand visibility to multiple stakeholders at the same time. Okay, then move on. How do we manage CRM? Simple stuff. Okay, so you can see that. Then now comes the next one. Because see, हम इसमें कह रहे हैं ना, we are using this word called stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? Now, stakeholders are a little bit different from what we know as shareholders, because shareholders, sure, you know the definition, I'm just doing it for my sake, that shareholders are the guys who have a monetary stake in my business. Stakeholders are guys who may not necessarily have a monetary stake, but they do have a stake in my continued survival, existence, growth as a business because their business is dependent upon me. I give a very simple example. Outside a college, now in our college, for example, the college I teach in, there's a metro station here. So big chunk of our students use the metro, and from the metro to the college, they will use e-rickshaws. And I'm sure that's true for every majority of colleges in Delhi as well. So that e-rickshaw guy, the one who runs that e-rickshaw service from the metro station to my college kids, he is not a shareholder, but he is a stakeholder. So now in the month of May and June, he'll suddenly be disappointed. I'm sure he'll be aware of it, but he'll be disappointed because in this period, the number of students coming in will decrease. Come August, and the normal flow of students will be restored, and his normal sales will be restored accordingly. So he's a stakeholder. And so PR tries to target the stakeholders. By doing good things, maybe I'm able to convince these guys to provide my client with a better word of mouth about me. That's exactly what I want, to be able to sell more products to that client. Right? And that is where I'll do lots of things. I'll probably involve the media, I'll have paid advertising, I'll participate in best brand surveys, I'll tie up with well-known NGOs, do uh, I will be part of trade and industry bodies. I will do press conferences regularly. I'll put out informational blogs, infomercials or informative commercials, as that whole thing is called. All those are part of keeping my stakeholders happy, involving them in my business, and ensuring that the positive brand image that I'm trying to create actually gets created. Okay. Now, this is a slightly longer concept, but we'll do it first. Okay. We'll take a break after we finished CV. Now, how do I create value for my customers? Okay. This is something very important because how this value creation takes place will determine my attractiveness to my potential client. That, okay, this vendor gives me a product which has a very good value proposition, which gels in with my own needs, requirements, or thought processes. And having the right components in my final product will also allow me to have a better value proposition to my customer. Like I said, Xiaomi sells you the Qualcomm 888 chip. It's supposed to be one of the best mobile chips in the world. So if Xiaomi uses that Qualcomm 888 chip, it is adding value for its own customers as well. So if I am Qualcomm and I approach Xiaomi and I tell them, look, I've got this 888 chip which has great capabilities. Would you want to use it? So Xiaomi might be influenced because their own customers will be influenced by this value proposition that the Qualcomm 888 chip offers. So that's how value propositions work. My value proposition has to work for you, and for you, the value proposition will then actually have to work for your own clients as well. So it's a chain reaction, sort of. A good value proposition will allow me to charge higher than the input cost. So, for example, Apple charges close to three times the what is its cost price. because it's able to do that because it provides a better value to the customer. So a small feature which is added can allow them to charge a greater a price premium which is disproportionate to the cost of the feature that they have added. And that is the key thing. The better CVP that I have, the better will be my value in the minds of the customer. And using that value, I can then extract a greater profit from my customer. It's a win-win for both of us. What is CVP? CVP includes a target market, a problem statement, a solution, benefits, differentiation. This is what creates a good value proposition, which is in synchronization with what the customer is wanting. And how do I go about developing a compelling CVP? Understand my customer, I create a product, I design a product which suits them. We are more in sync with each other. Our development processes are going together and giving them additional features, services, capabilities, learnings. All those things are part of my go towards developing a compelling CVP. Now, these are some examples of CVP. I want you to take a minute to read them. Pause this and read them. Okay, but just a few examples, just for you guys to have an idea of how the CVP works. Okay, then let's look at the CVP value creation process. Understanding the internal and external needs, value creation with cross-functional efforts. That's how it works within the learning organization because value creation, value is something that keeps changing. When you look at yourself psychologically, आपको एक चीज मिल जाएगी आपको लगता है नहीं यार इससे भी बेटर होनी चाहिए इससे बेटर हो जाए फिर आपको लगता है नहीं उससे भी बेटर होनी चाहिए this psychological shifting of the goal post is only possible when the organization learns from its mistakes and is able to offer a better service or a better level of capability to the customers down the road. That is how the whole value proposition thing will work. Okay, partnering is another way of building the value. So if I am willing to set up my employees in your factory, I'm willing to partner with you. I'm helping you with the R&D part. I'm helping you with the packaging part. I'm helping you with distribution. All those things, this extra help that I'm giving you is something what adds on to the value proposition. And by doing that, I can build a stronger relationship with you. And on the basis of that strong relationship, I can then go ahead and improve my revenues from you as my client. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll take another little break here for 5 minutes and we'll come back and we'll take up from the segmenting perspective. Okay. Okay, guys, starting back. I'll just do the screen share again. We'll go a little bit faster because these topics are a little bit easier, like we said. Okay. Now we are sticking with segmentation. This is simply what you have already learned in uh, marketing management. I'm just recapping it for our perspective. A little bit different B2B flavor. How do I segment the market? Why am I doing it? What are the benefits I get out of it? Something very simple. There's nothing too much in it. But in the B2B world, the segmentation is a little bit more important because the segments are more smaller. So identifying the right segment with the right product mix and then ensuring that I'm able to target those segments down the road is equally important. So I have to be careful with the segment that I'm picking because it becomes difficult in the B2B world to change my positioning in the minds of the potential client. So what are the bases of segmentation? You can see the bases, the numbers, industry revenue, geographic location, and there's an example for each of them. I've tried to give slightly Indian sounding examples so that they are more understood by you guys. So it's just where I can segment the customer. I can also segment on product. I believe there is one segment here is just product. So I could say, for example, that I am a company that makes buses for public transport service. That's it. It's all that I do. Or iShare, for example, they primarily make buses for non-public usage. So they'll have school buses, they'll have corporate buses, they'll have buses which the Indian Armed Forces would use. But you would not find, rarely find iShare buses, but you do, and metro feeders are all iShares. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they are changing their product, but the point is from trying to segment. So I fix up on one segment. I am the only guy who makes that kind of product, and that product segment is being transferred across different parts of the market. Maybe I do same thing in Delhi, I do the same thing in Mumbai, but I do the same thing. That is the key. Now, how do I use segmentation as a tool for my business? Please look at the last line. Remember this. The segments that I choose should be chosen with such care that there is sufficient size, volume, and future potential in that particular segment for me to justify the R&D expense of building a product or service that suits that particular segment. Then managing, go to the next part, which is managing products and services. So this is where segmentation ends. Simple stuff. We're just moving on. Now, let's look at how do I manage the product or service mix. We're using products and services interchangeably right now. The product mix in the B2B world has to be more structured because that's where the challenge is getting the right product. Okay. Now, how do I define the product market? I can define it through the core product. I can define it using the product market boundaries. ये वाला product है वो urban environment. Mahindra is a good example where their Bolero and other products are pushed primarily or pitched primarily to customers who are going to use them in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Maybe Himachal would not see Bolero being sold at dealerships in Delhi, but we'll definitely see Boleros being sold in Mahindra dealerships in Himachal. I've seen lots of Boleros there. For example, right product, right market, right fitment. All of these are things which are very important when it comes to defining the product market and then designing the products accordingly. Mahindra's XUV 700 is not a rural SUV at all, though it may have four-wheel drive. Majority of their owners will not take them off-roading. It's an expensive luxury SUV. Works well in a city environment. Right product, right mix, okay? Suitability. Then you have to look at planning your product strategy. Because when you are selling to your client, you have to now look at two different product life cycles. One is the client phone cycle where your components fit in, and your the cycle of the component or the product that you are manufacturing, it will also have its own life cycle. And in this PLC mixture, I have to see where I am getting the suitable relationship or the suitable integration between emerging technologies, existing customer needs, predicting future demand, all these kind of things will be part of my PLC plan. Okay, then the next part, which is relevant in today's world, is our so-called technology adoption life cycle. Because technology that we are using, I may develop a product which is fiendishly complicated, does everything, but my target audience is 60 plus individuals. उनके लिए suitable नहीं है ना? So it has to have a relationship, it has to be suitability, it has to be connectivity between the customer's needs, the type of product being sold, and the level of involvement that it requires from my customers and future operators. CVP we have already covered, but I'm just putting it back here because CVP comes back to the product or the service that is being sold. So selling the right product and service with the right features at an appropriate price point is something that determines CVP very easily. That is where CVP comes in. And how do I build strong B2B brands? Because this is also essential in the whole B2B process. Because if I don't do that brand building, so Denso, for example, Denso supplies to Toyota, Suzuki, and you know that when I get a Denso or a Purolator filter, it's going to be of good quality because that company has its own brand. And you as a customer are now going for that particular institutional brand because you know that it's going to give you a good service. With one good example, Blue Star. Blue Star at one point of time did not sell ACs for the commercial for the normal customer like you and me. You always find Blue Star products only in institutional setting, offices, colleges, buildings. But they realized that that B2B brand that I'm building can be leveraged into the B2C world also because my customer is going to his luxury of his good office in Gurgaon, seeing Blue Star products, is happy with Blue Star products. Now, can I translate that happiness into an additional line of sales? And Blue Star did that. They were able to successfully make that move of leveraging their B2B brand into the B2C market. Taiken is also another example of a company that done that. Carrier also is a company that did that. Right? Okay. Branding, like look at the last point. Branding affects end users because that's where the product is going to be used. And again, I'm just repeating for the sake of reinforcement that the B2B world is so small that any branding issues in this particular world can lead to problems getting magnified down the road. Then I have to understand and manage the customer experience, map the journey, identify the pain points, improve my interactions. Providing a quality customer support can make a lot of difference in a competitive scenario. ये वाले वेंडर है ना, ये ना responsive, ये मेरी बात सुन लेता है. The purchasing manager could say that. उसको जब बोलो emergency बोलो ये help कर देगा. Customer service, that can be the difference in the repeat purchase scenario. Then I use the customer benefit concept as a service pack. Customer को सारे benefits as a package. Package में ये advantage रहता है, the customer gets a one shot deal. You get a big chunk of value from that customer. It's a win-win, reducing operating cost, and I can then improve my operational efficiency, excellence, revenue, profit margins. related to my operating cost. Okay. Then we take a 5 minute break. No, abhi we'll do this. Abhi we don't need to. Okay. We'll go ahead. So business marketing channel, similar to retail, direct, indirect, multi-channel, the concepts remain same. It's just that the learning a little bit changes in the B2B scenario. The logic remains the same. We've all read about channel. I don't think I need to spend too much of time on that. But look at the last 2 points on the right hand side. Channel and product suitability is very important. And this is something which has to work in the B2B segment as well. And depending on the product, target customer, and market. So, one channel that you will keep seeing and you can touch on your own as a normal citizen is go to your doctor, go to their clinic. In their clinic, you will typically see a group of sales representatives from various pharmaceutical manufacturers sitting there to push their individual products to the customer. Direct sales teams, as you can see in the direct channels. So there is suitable because pharma products are such where the personal touch is necessary because the doctor needs to be convinced before he or she can prescribe those medicines to their patients. Their sales teams work. However, when I'm selling components, okay, websites can work, trade shows can work. I could tie up with India Mart or industry bodies like that. So I have to do it. And channel management is also very important because it directly impacts our CRM and CVP, right? Okay. Now, then there's another unique channel that opens up in the B2B world, which are called my institutional or industrial distributors. Distributors play a bigger role in the B2B because there's a huge volume of product that is flowing. Another example will come from the medical world where you can see these medical distributors. So you go to your neighborhood chemist, तो ध्यान से देखना उसके पास लोग आ रहे होंगे पैकेट्स ऑफ मेडिसिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से आए जी and the distributor is performing the function for the pharmaceutical manufacturers like Ranvan Maxi in providing distribution services, warehousing, manpower, expertise, local market connect, all these kind of things that distributor takes care of. And that is his value proposition towards Walkhart or Ranbaxy or any of the drug manufacturers that exist in our country. Now, but when I use distributor, it's a standard problem with distributor models. The bigger the distributor, the bigger are the challenges later on. इतना बड़ा ना, it's a case of whether the tail is wagging the dog or the dog is wagging the tail. Institutional distributor का ये थोड़ा सा हो जाता है issue, वो इतने बड़े हो जाते हैं that then they can end up in a point where they dictate things to you, the customer. तो वो भी एक थोड़ा सा issue है. Manufacturer representatives is something which I've already mentioned, which is like the pharma sales reps that are going to be doctors. This is a good channel, but it is a very labor intensive, cost intensive channel because Salesforce is expensive to motivate, run, manage. But in certain businesses, it can justify the cost of the human touch. Adapting the channels is very simple, understandable. Managing the channels is very important. Look at the last. Conflicts within channel partners can cause long-term harm to your CRM and CVP perception within the minds of your customers, maybe end users, and eventually that has an actual impact on the amount of sales or business transactions. So managing channel conflicts, dividing territories based on geographies or markets or revenue or value or things like that is important because If I don't do that, then I will have a conflict, and that conflict can be seen by the customer. And because it is seen by the customer, it can impact the customer decision making towards my product or service offering. Okay, something with in the a little bit uh, recent in the sense that today Amazon and other aggregators are providing platforms to small vendors for small vendors to connect with customers and clients with a geographical. So this is one example. So there's this tea estate near Kunur, which is near Uti itself, called Glendale Tea. I'll give you a very specific example because I've experienced that. So I went to Uti in about 2014, one time back. Nobody told me about Glendale that it exists. It's one of many tea estates. So it's lost in the clutter. But and I never bought their products. But then Glendale partnered with Amazon. Amazon provided Glendale with supply chain management, distribution, that marketing presence that made Glendale visible to me as a customer in Delhi all the way from Pune. And I tried their products through Amazon. Amazon does the fulfillment, so it's so Amazon's service guys pick it up from the tea estate in Kunur, package it, ship it to me, track it, everything. So Glendale advantage is that Amazon takes care of all the shipping and other hassles. Amazon advantage is that they're getting unique products onto their platform. And as a result of this, they are partnering with each other and it's benefiting everybody. So B2B business transactions are increasing as a result of this whole e-marketplace thing that we are going ahead with, adding value. Okay. And we can plot channel performance and costs in a graphic like this. So just for your understanding. And then we will come to this part. So we'll take a 5 minute break and we will then pick this up in 5 minutes and finish the remainder of this. So, okay, 5 minutes. Okay, guys, last push. We just wrap up the work now. Okay. So, looking at pricing strategies for B2B products, the central elements remain the same as that of any other pricing strategy for that matter. The difference is that here pricing becomes an even more of an issue because since B2B customers buy in huge volumes, small pricing changes can also make a big difference in convincing them about a particular product or service that you are offering. So that is something that we need to keep in mind. Basics remain the same. Then we look at the factors that affect my ability to price my particular products, good, bad. Those are the factors that are there. Majority of them are self-explanatory. I don't think I need to spend too much of time in explaining them. This is, we know pricing is affected by supply and demand. As the supply rises, demand goes down, price goes down, standard supply demand pricing relationship that you guys are familiar with previously remains the same in this scenario. Then the competitive markets can change, and depending on whether it's an oligopoly or a monopoly or things like that, it has a direct impact on my ability to price a particular product, both good and bad. And sometimes it's an advantage, and at other times that same thing is a disadvantage, right? So that's where the linkage lies. Covers this part. Nothing too much in it. Prices, these are standard pricing strategies, which I'm sure you guys are already aware of. Cost plus value based competition, skimming, penetration pricing, you are aware of them. There's nothing too much to add to that, right? Okay. So that covers the various, these are self-explanatory, so I don't need to spend too much of time in explaining them to you. Right? Okay. Let's move ahead. Pricing, modifying prices can depend on market changes and cost fluctuation. Examples are there uh, to get you clear with them. Nothing, it's just market analysis, market related issues. One, two, three sets of factors that affect it. This is something that you can study a little bit more because this is a trend that we are seeing today. Bundling and dynamic pricing is something growing as a tool for marketing. And bundling can also work with B2B, not just B2C, because I can give my client a more broad based relationship rather than just a simple product list that we have. I can provide inventory management, I can provide EDI, I can provide data management. All those kind of things are part of the whole scenario of new trends in B2B pricing. Trended marketing communication is primarily focusing on trust, integrated marketing communication, organizing our sales efforts, personal selling we've already covered. They're important to B2B, compensation motivation for our sales force. Again, managing territories and sales quotas the same way we talked about channel conflict. So there is, again, like I'm writing, there is scope for discomfort and issues in these scenarios. Managing them is essential. Trade shows are a sort of Amazon for the industry. Companies evaluating the marketing efforts and go for a balanced scorecard approach. And that's where we stop with the perspective of our theoretical recap revision of the entire syllabus that we have. I will share these slides with you. One of you guys can touch base with me, and you can take them and put them on the group which you guys would have. Then for every unit, what I've done is that I have made a couple of questions, 15 marker questions for every unit. You guys can read through them. You can try and answering them on your own so that you are better prepared for your exam. So now this is where my input ends. Now the floor is open for you guys. If you have any questions, any doubts, any queries, please feel free to ask them here. This is that portion of our class of this session. In case you guys have any queries, you can ask them here. Otherwise, I'm available. Many of you have my WhatsApp number as well. You can get in touch with me through WhatsApp as well. So at the end, you can go through the slides. Any queries, get back to me. And I wish you guys the very best of luck for your preparation. And I'm sure that you guys just put your brains to use. You will do great in your exams as well. So best of luck for your exams. And let's see if you're able to reconnect somewhere in the future as well. Okay, so thank you guys. Take care. And I'll catch you guys later. Thank you. Bye bye.